Howdy, howdy.
Howdy.
Sorry,
I'm late. Not that I posted.
Not that I posted
A schedule.
Oh, there's a big echo?
Oh wait, I know why.
I know exactly
why. Hold on. Sorry. Sorry. I know why. It's because this camera is definitely also capturing audio. Even though I told it not to. Even though I told it not to. Properties.
Is this better? Oh. This better? Okay, perfect. Yeah, this is my first. Sorry I'm late, first of all. Syrup had a little. I think her stomach ulcer is like flaring up or something. And so that happened Friday night, and so I was really stressed out. I didn't really get much sleep. And so then yesterday I was like kind of just trying to spend time with her and make sure, like, see how she was feeling, be like on hand, but she didn't have any other stomach ulcer flare-ups yesterday. But I get really stressed when she's not feeling well. And so I was just kind of out of it. And then today she's a lot better. Yesterday she was really, really tired. I knew things were dire when I saw you post a message well after midnight. Yeah. That's how you know I'm like super stressed out. I'm not sleeping. But yeah, so so I was really stressed out. But then she's much better today, and she's like extra snuggly. Yesterday she was just really tired, because I think like when she has the little flare-ups, it kind of gets her worked up, and then she's like, oh, I have to recover. So she was really tired yesterday, but then today she's just really cute and snuggly, and so I was like, oh, I want to snuggle her, I want to snuggle with my baby. And so I've been doing that most of the day, but then I was like, I have to stream and I don't want to move her, but she's so cute, but I don't want to move her. So I finally, she got up of her own accord, kind of just in time, because I think she had to go to the bathroom, and I was like, oh, nice, okay, I'm gonna sneak out now. But I also haven't done a hand cam stream in a while, so it took me a minute to set it up. So I am not at my desk, I'm on the floor. Because I don't have enough space on my desk to do hand cam up there. I should have gotten a bigger desk. I'll be honest. I should have gotten a bigger desk when I moved in here, but I kind of was, I don't know. I didn't take the bigger room for my office because if like, or I guess when friends come to visit me, a lot of them come from the West Coast, and I wanted them to have a place to stay. So I left that as like a guest room. And I have kind of the smaller room for my stream stuff. And so I was kind of like, oh, I don't know if I should get a really big desk for this place, because my house is one of those like classic New England homes that you see that are like part cape, part A-frame. And so one of my walls is mostly ceiling, actually. It's like a big diagonal. It's like the wall's like completely at a slant, and that's where my computer is. So I was worried about getting a bigger desk because I was just like, I don't think all my stuff is gonna fit on there nicely with the wall ceiling the way it is if I get a bigger desk. So I got a smaller one, but now I'm kind of reaching the point where I'm like, I got too much shit on here. So, I mean, when I did Pokemon 151 pack opening, I did it down on the floor too, and it's honestly not that bad, but I did have to pull my mic down, and my camera's on my chair. My camera's on my chair, my mic is down. I blew you guys up, so you can change the font size on Twitch chat. The BGM's a bit loud. Okay, hold on. I might also be that my mic isn't close to me enough. That's because I can't lean much. But yeah, I blew you guys up. You're on my second monitor, closer to me, and I blew up your font size so that I can see you better. So I can see you from all the way down here. I should have done that when I did my Doom 3 VR. I didn't know I could do that, and so I had to keep walking over to my computer to read chat. But yeah, I can't get as close to my mic as I usually do with the length of the arm, kind of where I have my setup. I guess I could like bring my setup closer, but I don't know, it might get a little wonky. Is it a little bit better now? I did decrease it. I brought it down, and I'll try and yell. I'll try and project. I'll do my best to speak with my whole chest. I have some tools. I did read online because I wanted to see like what people were like doing tools, and everyone said that these are tool-free kits, that you really don't need tools for them. I actually found some teachers online who were like talking about how they, in like science classes, because I think maybe both of them do. Oh no, they both do. They have like light ups. Yeah, they have light up aspects, but it's no brush, no glue, no cutters. And so I read a bunch of teachers talking about how they actually liked using them in science class for really young students to just kind of show them like how to follow directions and put things together and how to, you know, do certain like engineering type stuff. I thought that was pretty cool. I said in the title, I might have to get up and get it. Because I have to project louder than I'm used to. I said in the title that this is my first time model kit. That's like pretty true. I've done like very baby model kits in the past where do you guys remember? I don't know if this is like a regional thing or whatever, but back in the day, Toys R Us used to get like a weird amalgamation of toys, and we would occasionally get Japanese toys at Toys R Us. So Toys R Us actually had a small supply at some point in nondescript period of time, where they actually had some like Gundam model kits come in, but they were like not the big crazy model kits. They were much smaller. They got some Gundam model kits, and they actually got some DBZ model kits. So back when I was in high school, I went to Toys R Us and I bought a little Death Scythe model kit, and I bought, because I liked Gundam Wing, and I bought a Trunks model kit, because Trunks is my favorite DBZ characters. Future Trunks is my favorite DBZ character. And so I Boo Gundam Wing, that's fair. Bandai model kit showed up at the weirdest places back in the day. Yeah. And so I built that Death Scythe and I built that Trunks. And they're cool. I would say like the Death Scythe like fits in my hand. It's very small. The Trunks model's a little bit bigger. But I built those back in high school and they were very baby mode, honestly. So I don't know how different these will be. I do have a Metal Gear Rex model kit that I bought when I was in Japan. Because it was in the sale section and I was like, oh god, I need it. But I'm really intimidated by it because that's one of the ones where you definitely need tools. And when I looked it up online, people said that for like experienced model builders, it's like a 10+ hour build. And a lot of people do painting on it. And I was like, I want to do this, but it seems pretty intense. And as a baby model kit builder, I don't know, like, when you're building a model kit like Rex that has a million different parts, I mean, you obviously paint like certain parts by themselves, but like the plates on him, I don't know whether you would paint those once they're on the model or whether you would paint them when they're not on the model yet and then try to fit them together after. I don't know what the model best practices are, so I got really intimidated, so I haven't done that one yet, but maybe someday. It better launch nukes when you're done. Alright, so could I actually mod check? Could you guys set up a poll really quick? Could you set up a poll? Should I start with Optimus or should I start with Megatron? Because I haven't decided. Generally do a test fit, then disassemble and paint. Oh, interesting. The big models. I think you typically finish the paint while it's together. Interesting. I have a dream model kit. I don't want the model kit itself. I want the final build from like a hardcore professional. But it's the Cosmos 1/6. I wanted it for years. I know why you're yoing, Horace. One of Horace's friends has it. I'm so jealous. We all got together for like a Game Boys game workers lunch one weekend, and then he invited us back to his apartment to play some old games. I think people wound up playing, like, passing off Mega Man X, if I recall correctly. And I was like, oh boy, I don't know if I can ever play and beat this game, and then I play and beat it on stream years later. But yeah, we did like a couch co-op sesh at this guy's house. And he was showing us his collection, and he showed us his figure collection. He had the Cosmos 1/6 model, and I was like, bro! I was like, if somebody breaks into your apartment in the middle of the night, and that's gone, you know who it was. I want it so bad. I'm so jealous. It's such a dream model. She's so beautiful and she's so huge. I mean, I feel like lucky that I was able to at least see it in real life. So I was like, okay, I got to see it at least, but I would love it in my house. I should ask that he put me in his will, just in case anything happened. Not that anything's gonna happen. And I guess if he put me in his will for that specifically and then something happened to him, everyone would be suspicious of me. Actually, it's the same friend who I asked, he was working a booth for his company at Anime Expo. And I was like, hey, I have a friend who's a fan of a VTuber, and if you could swing by the booth and pick up like some of these things for her, that would make me really happy. And he doesn't know anything about VTubers. And so he went to the Phase Connect booth and he was like, I need the blue headphones, bear. and they were like, what the hell? And then they gave him all the Uruka stuff because I wanted it for Kuriko, but then it was like pretty obvious that this dude knew nothing about VTubers because he referred to Uruka as such, and so they were kind of like, you picking this up for somebody? And he was like, yeah, my friend wants it for her friend. They were like, is your friend a VTuber? And he like texted me and he was like, are you a VTuber? and I was like, tell them that it's a gift for Kuriko, because I knew that she knew some of the mods working there. And so he was like, it's for Kuriko, and they were like, oh, is it Maple? It's like, god damn it. I got so sniped by the Phase Connect booth workers. Oh, is it Maple? Such a fat fucking chud. If only I had the Cosmos 1/6 model. Yeah, I just like, every single time I see Uruka now, I'm just like, blue headphones, bear? When he like was relaying the interaction to me, I was like, oh my god, like I should have briefed you on this. He was like, I don't need to know. He's I would say if there's like what's it called? I would say if there's like a gradient, a sliding scale of people where like, I just want to play retro games and don't fuck with me about the internet is over here. And then like, I'm gonna be on the internet all the time. I'm gonna play like retro games for fun, but I'm also gonna engage with idols and VTubers is over here. Like, I'm here, this guy is here, and then like Horace is like in here, which is like how like he connected the two of us. This guy's like, do not, I don't need to be educated about VTubers. I'm gonna go play Mega Man X again. The perfect man does not exist. VTuber mods can be scary. I went to Offkai and didn't post on Twitter or anything, and one of Haruka's mods picked me out of a crowd before even getting my badge and figured out who I was. What the hell? Mod retweeted your debut tweet and is the reason I'm here today. Oh, well, thank you to that guy. What one? Can you tell me what one in the poll? The poll text is still the same size. You guys are big. I saw that Haruka got a new like little model where she's holding a leaf. Holding a leaf as an umbrella. It's really cute, and she has like a little raincoat. Optimus Prime, alrighty. Whoosh. The table reveal. Proctimus. Did you see the moose meme? Wait, no. My table. It's nice though, because like otherwise it would be like completely on the floor, but this table, it's like nice. Probably like a foot up off the ground. Makes it easy. I usually keep it in my on like the floor of my shrine, and it holds a bunch of things on top of it, and it holds some of my binders and stuff under it. One thing that I learned, because I tend to buy, especially when it involves Corne, I do tend to buy like clear files, but I don't use clear files for anything. Like, I'm not gonna buy a nice Corne clear file and then stuff it with my taxes or whatever. So I was like, I don't know what the hell to do with these. But I actually wound up buying one of those art portfolios. The kind with the big, like, clear and lips, put like sketches in, that people use at icons at like Artist Alley tables. I bought one of those, and I've been keeping all of my clear files in it, and it's honestly really, I feel like I'm always looking for like storage, stuff like that. I have a bunch of nice clear files too. I have a bunch for like not even just Corne. I have a nice bust out my portfolio. Brian. Woo! Pieces. Got more pieces. We got lots of pieces. Oh, I forgot to mention. I got the. Oh, okay. I got these model kits. They were sent to me. They were sent to my P.O. box by Hockett, so thank you so much. After we watched the Transformers 1 movie in the Discord. Please read all instructions before using this product, but there's so many. Light trigger reminder. It can be triggered by shaking the body. Front and rear directions are the most sensitive. Battery replacement instruction. Battery stuff. Flowy bits. Should watch it again. I would have found it was really good. I do recommend. I know it probably sounds like the ramblings of a crazy person, but I do recommend War Machine, which I watched yesterday. It's on Netflix, and it has extremely that's everything you say, but we like it. It has extremely straight to DVD action movie energy. Like, it somehow feels both over the top and low budget at the same time. And then it's literally like the most stereotypical setup where these two brothers like meet up on a deployment, and then they're like, yeah, the younger brother's like, we gotta be Army Rangers. Let's join the Rangers together. And the older brother isn't convinced. But then, like, they get ambushed and the younger brother dies, and the older brother's like, I gotta live out his dream for him. I gotta become an Army Ranger. And so he joins the Army Ranger training program. And so he goes through it, and then on their final training mission that determines whether they'll become Army Rangers or not, they encounter an alien, like, walking bipedal mecha weapon that crashed out in the woods. And so it attacks them, and they're like, oh my god, they're really pulling out all the stops for this training mission. Like, they're killing us, and it's, like, so clearly not part of the mission. But the thing is literally a Metal Gear, though. It makes, like, all the Metal Gear noises. At one point, it opens its mouth to fire a laser. And the whole time I was like, this is literally just some dude fights a Metal Gear. And It was honestly super peak, and I looked it up and they're working on a sequel, and I was like, thank God. Thank God. It was so genuinely like, it was not, I wouldn't tell people it was a good movie, but it was a peak movie. So I just remembered that we watched the Michael Bay Transformers too. Yo soy Optimus Prime. So I have a question. So the other booklet is just about how to use the batteries for the flashy bit. Nothing else in here. This is all the instructions, right? I'm not like missing any bits. It's just like put this part together, then put this part together, then put these parts together. Okay, gotcha. Is there like an order you should go in, or do you feel it severely? Maybe I'll put his head together first. Is it a vibe check? That's everything? Okay. Need to watch Revenge of the Fallen. What was the... I'm trying to remember which Transformers movie it was. Because the reason that I got so Transformers... Because it was, we watched the Michael Bay Transformers, but then we watched Transformers 1 afterwards as a double feature. And trying to remember... Well, the comics, like, started getting me there, but then one of my kids at work is, like, kind of a Transformers Bay head, and so he kept sending me the memes where people hold up the Michael, directed by Michael Bay at Linkin Park concerts. Oh yeah, we watched the 1986 movie, that's true. But yeah, he kept sending me those, and I was like, okay, well now we have to watch the Bayformers. But I was talking to him about that, and I was like, oh my god, like, yeah, I rewatched the first Michael Bay Transformers movie. I had a sensible chuckle, but then there was like some pretty hard stuff in there. And he went on a rant about there was like, yeah, like those movies ruled until, and I can't remember which movie he said. He said that he went to one of them in the theaters, and he was just like so mad at how bad it was that he almost stormed out. And I can't remember which one it was now. Let me find the pieces of his head, I think. I'm seeing parts of it. Could have said that about literally any of them. More of a reason for us to watch the rest of the Bayformers. Like, step one should maybe be like laying stuff out so I can. Oh, I see. They have A and C stuff on the top here. Oh yeah, I got my nails done. I got my nails done especially for this because they were like really long, but they were all kind of like, the shape wasn't like standard. Like this one was like kind of like squarish, and this one was very round, and I was like, I need to get that like fixed by a professional before I show my hands to anybody. Probably the second or third. But like every single person that I get at this nail place, like whenever they look at my nails, they're like, oh my god, nails are so strong and so healthy. I'm like, thanks. I don't know. What do you say to that? Thanks, I take vitamins. Let me actually, I'll lay out together. Are there decals on this? I don't see... Decal? That first brush? What is it? Oh, this must be the same. I don't see any decals. Yeah, this says on the box all big. Oh, brush. Oh, butter. Wait. My friend said that I gotten the kit pocket. One of my friends, the model kit builder, like, yo, I have kit stuff. Let me send it to you. And use it. And it's all stuff that I'm like, I have no idea. Like, what is this? Looks like a fucking box cutter. On a good non-Bayformers flick, the Bumblebee movie is solid. It has John Cena in it. Like a box. Oh my god, it is a box cutter. What the hell? Blade. Jesus. Yep. It's a hobby knife. Yeah, this must be. You, what are you? Oh, this is his axe. Little axe. The axe from the movie. I think the axe actually might glow too. For cleaning up the nibs and mold lines. Oh. I forgot that I also, and again, these are baby mode, but when I was in Japan, not this most recent time, but when I was in Japan, living there, I did buy the Charizard and Blastoise model kits, the ones that they're kind of like actual moving toys once they're done. So the Charizard flaps his wing. Blastoise, you can actually load little silver balls. You can actually load like little plastic balls into his guns. Out. They're pretty cool. But I think I left them at Moose parents' house. I built them and then I was like, neat. Like big Pokemon models. I'm always tempted by the Pokemon. A. Oh god. I'm immediately like, oh. Find models weirdly therapeutic. Yeah, I feel like the Pokemon ones, they always look really, really simple to me. Like, I think they're meant for very young kids. So I'm always kind of tempted by them because I'm like, that looks easy. Need A2. Oh, I see. So it also has the so this is numbered. So this says, for model babies like me, who are struggling, which it doesn't seem like anyone else is. So it says like A21, E12, this A2, E1, E1, this guy. Gotcha. Can't be trusted with this. Need Hololive model kits? I would build those all day. They have like waifu models, right? I mean, other than Cosmos. There's a store. I don't remember if it's in. There's a store that they do retro stuff, retro games. They have a lot of like Japanese. They have like full on like gachapon machines there and everything. But they what they specialize in, which is kind of rare for Northern New England, is they specialize in model kits. A2 specialize in model kits. And so they just have this huge, almost like warehouse-esque collection of model kits, and I went in there. I'm looking for retro games, and I was surprised at how many they had. Like this whole series, which was like, it was like girls, but they were also like mechs, like half girl, half mech, and it was all model kits. They had a name. Bump my table. What? Art. Can't believe I have to like pick this up to look at it closer now. Do I need glasses? With the bubble. The bubble. Up. I see what it is. This back this is my part. Doesn't fit on. Yeah. Doesn't fit, I'm just gonna panic. Mecha Musume kits are popular. In Frame Arms Girls kits lately. Oh, I think it was Frame Arms Girls. That sounds familiar. Grinding out the Skylanders. Found a way to get all the basic upgrades without leveling up. It only takes 10 minutes per Skylander. Maxing Skylanders. Am I stupid? Hold on. This is E2 or E1. E1, 2. And this one is A2, A2, 1. This, like, the top of his head. They want me to put it. Bottom part where I'm like, what the hell are you? Trying to see like what angle it's looking at it. Yeah, I'm right. Oh, okay. I just need to use a little bit more elbow. There we go. Optimus head starting to come together. And then A1, 1. A1, 1, and A1. Little clippers in here, right? Yeah, there are. Clip off the bitty bits. Get from its plastic prison. Woo! So clean. Ah! I'll find him. I'll save him later. Hey, look. I don't know if I'm doing this right, but like. Oh my god! These two pieces, along with... Oh, they smush onto the sides, I see. Forming his head. Upwards like that. I see, I see. This is my most. Do I have the IQ for this? Okay, hold on. Smushing. He's smushing. I think it takes more elbow grease than I'm trying to be so freaking delicate. Like, oh, he's baby. But kind of need to just like give it some oomph. Actually get the... Then E1, 2, 1 for his head. Heck. Oh, they're different. They're different heads. You get to pick. You get to pick his, whether you want him to have a mouth or no mouth. I'll go with like no mouth. It looks like a cool, the cooler like nightly vibe. That. Leaning on my table that I don't think has any weight capacity whatsoever. Smush it right on. This. Oh, I see. So like this part here, come on, keep up. This part here has like a little dry thing, and then his face on. He has no mouth and must scream. Then A1. Love these clippers. Because, like, I think the most annoying part for me is breaking the pieces out of their... Because my fingers get all like, ugh. Oh, there. His head's done! Wait, look, it's so cute! Camera, focus! Get it together. There you go! Look how cute! Quad. Yo soy Optimus Prime. Apple of Corone's eye. Only a few more appendages left. Gonna bring you down a little bit. So I don't have to like... Oh, that's so much more comfortable. I'm getting my build station more finalized. That feels much better. You guys were like way up there before, and I actually zoomed in thing the camera itself, but I just shortened the neck on the camera. Shorten the neck on the camera and it feels so much better. Like, it lets me gamer hunch, which I probably shouldn't be doing for my old ass back, but now I need C2. But, like, gamer hunching gets me in a mode. 2-8. Love these freaking clippers. C2-8, right? Assume you're supposed to, because these are like kind of angled. I assume you're supposed to have the flatter part against the actual peak. It's clip. Then E1. I beat Pocopia, by the way. Speaking of gamer hunching. The mode is called Scoliosis. How was it? It was really good. I actually really liked where the story ended up. This might be too close now. Oh, I see this bit. Art facing up. You can see. It was good. I liked where the story ended up. I need F1 4 and F2. Speaking of F1 Oscars, I actually tried to watch all the Oscar movies here. I didn't succeed. Didn't succeed, but I did get through quite a few of them. Did not watch F1. F2 2. I've seen F1. I've heard it's a certified dad film, which means I will like it. Dad movies. Change. Those. Slides. I think it's actually supposed to go in this part up here. I need to like tap it in. Is F1 a sequel to F-Zero? I mean, they're both about speed. Oh, I got it. Tough because it's like one of the articulated pieces. Then, you take that. If F1 is so good, why haven't they greenlit F2? So true. That. Bought that and click B1. B1-2 and B1-1 are missing. So the question is, which one of these they must have fallen off when I took it out. Right. Look. Oh. They're the same but opposite. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I think it's this. Nice nail thingies, thank you. Yeah, they're green and sparkly. I wanted them green for St. Patrick's Day. And hello, JPJ, hello. Yeah, so I haven't. I think my pick. Basically, everything is like begonia. I like begonia the most, but I think. What the? Articulate. This says. I gotcha. Same. Oh, no, we have to finish the arm first. So A2. 14. Got hands. Got handsies. Oh, and gonna need F210. I'll probably actually watch the Oscars this year because I watched so many of the movies, so I kind of feel like I have a horse in this race. Some years I don't see any of the movies. It's like fuck McGee won the Oscars, and I'm just like, I don't know what that is. F1. I don't know what that is. My Oscars, fuck the Oscars. My Oscars are the Game Awards hosted by Jeff Keighley, the strongest soldier for the hit game High Guard. Peace. High Guard's won. Like, I feel bad for that team. They definitely got, like, put out to dry, but also gonna make fun of Jeff till the end of time for it. And I can see. And uh-oh. 5 people. Fuck is C2? Oh, C2 is literally the thing I had over here. High Guard needs me? I'll give you the $2 million trailer slot for free. So successful they had to shut down to keep the world economy running. Yeah. If the High Guard servers go down, it's more than the GDP of Yemen. The world economy will take a 28.7% tumble. Where are ya? Then 3. I'll probably watch the Oscars. Not exciting as the game. We're only like more than that. We're like less than 3 months out from summer. So. Oh, where that piece came from, and I'm now concerned. This just made itself known to me. It just like came out of nowhere. So I guess we'll figure out where that fits. How? Oh, I see. So he held like this. This one. Okay, and then it has a little hole here. Then what? Oh my god, we got an arm. skin. Here. There we go. Hey. Hey. Armidas Prime. Head on. Same. Other side. Hope the Muppets make fun of Jeff for Highguard at this year's Game Awards. I mean, they made fun of him for the Hideo Kojima thing. So you gotta imagine that they're like going off script a little bit. Gotta imagine that the Muppets, when the Muppets agreed to be at the Game Awards, they're like, I need to be able to have some creative freedom here. Me too. The creative freedom to absolutely cook this man. I think the Jeff X Miss Piggy angle was planned beforehand. No, that was completely organic. They're just in love. F1, F1. Part that I just found and was like, I don't know where this came from. F1. I don't even know. I feel like at this point the game, because I probably should have eaten. I feel like the game that I'm yelling the most for right now is Horizon Zero Dawn 3. Get in here. Like, maybe we'll get it during Summer Game Fest. But I feel like that's like such a Sony property. They would save it for like a state of... I don't want to have to yell about it. Or I guess I should say that's the game that I'm the most like... hasn't been like fully announced yet that I'm tapping my foot for. I have plenty of games that I want more info on. Oh, because you have to like be so... The one that I have to be delicate. I guess that's the game that is like not announced that I want the worst. But we have like a lot of fully announced stuff that I'm just waiting for. Just got Resident Evil 9. And it was... Calm down for like 5 minutes about that. There we go. Nice. Eek. Eek. Obviously, E-Day. I feel like Capcom has been on a roll. I agree. I feel like Capcom and Konami both hit a real rough patch. For guys. can see too. Yeah, like Capcom and Konami were both in a serious rough patch for a while. I actually worked for the guy. Wife was at Konami during the super rough days. And they're like, I'm talking the rough days where they had this thing. I think this is when the old CEO was in charge. They had this thing at Konami way back when, where they actually didn't I'm supposed to. Oh, I'm stupid. I was like, where's the part I'm supposed to smush it into? It's not this part. I'm a fool. Foolish. F2. F1. It was during the period where Konami had a policy where employees couldn't have their own emails. So basically, like, all the employee emails were like Konami employee 13 at konami.com. Oh, a duck. So that they wouldn't feel like the word. So that they wouldn't feel like a person with like individuality at the company. And I'm trying to remember. There was like there was that going on. There was just a bunch of wild stuff going on. I think that was also during like the big pachinko maxing days. But yeah, like my coworker was basically like, yeah, my wife at Konami is really suffering right now, so I'm trying to give her a lot of like chill time because they had kids. I'm trying to like make sure, because she has a very stressful work environment, that like when she gets home things are pretty chill. So they were like going through it. But then I don't know what happened. I don't know if it was like ownership takeover. Like I think like someone new came in and replaced the CEO and was basically like, I'm doing things differently. Jeez, peas. There you go. I was so confused. Like, where's the parts? Where's the holes? But I feel like sometimes when like a new CEO takes over or whatever, and they give that like new CEO speech, they're like, we're gonna focus on what we're good at, like making great games and driving the medium forward or whatever. I feel like 95% of the time it's kind of bullshit. Which really sounds like kind of mean, but Optimus, did I fuck up? I feel like 95% of the time it's kind of bullshit. But I feel like whatever happened with Konami, I think there was like kind of one of those speeches, like we're gonna get back to making great games or whatever, and everyone was sure, king. But I feel like they actually did. I feel like they kind of wrapped up some of the garbage they already had in the pipeline, and then all right, time to like actually lock in and make. Gotten some bangers off of that. Took. Okay. That was the correct way. Okay. Phew! Phew! Crisis averted. And then I think giving away Silent Hill and Metal Gear to what's essentially outsourcing studio was a very poor move. Like, I agree theoretically, but it keeps getting us banger games, so I'm kind of like, how mad can I be? And yeah, I feel like there was a lot of damage internally. Virtuous and Bloober Team are not studios I hold in high regard. Yeah, but Silent Hill 2 fucking whipped. Like, I know that everyone was like, oh my god, it's fucking Bloober, really? But then Silent Hill 2 was a like, the remake was a banger. And yeah, I feel like there was so much damage internally from, like, the dark years that it was a little bit like, okay, well, like, we can't... There we go. Excited for Townfall or whatever? Yeah, I'm excited for Townfall. The new one. Because the new one was, the observation team. We were robbed of the first trailer Silent Hill 2 Kusoge. It would have been godlike. Yeah, I'm like very... It's interesting like how they've managed to recover. And then Capcom, on the other side of things, I know less about what was going on. I know less of what was going on with Capcom at that time, because we had like, there were a few people I worked with who had like connections and friends at Capcom, but it wasn't as close as like having someone who was married to someone there. So I heard less about like the inner at the time. Oh, wait. Oh, it's showing me how to put some of the weapons. Ooh, fun. Well, I don't know what was going on internally there, but I feel like, I mean, so I didn't play Monster Hunter Wilds because I wasn't as interested in it. D1, 3, and D. I wasn't as interested in it just because I kind of like saw footage of some of the gameplay and it didn't interest me as much as Rise. It seemed much more like story based. But I don't know how So I don't know how that was regarded generally, because I didn't follow like the discourse. But I feel like a lot of their other stuff, like Resident Evil, has been pretty much banger after banger for me. That's cool. Mass Effect. Looks like a Mass Effect assault rifle. Yeah. I mean, I have some friends. I had basically a Monhunt group where we played Rise pretty much every weekend. But I didn't join in on the wild stuff because I was like trying to save money, and I'm not as interested in in wilds as Rise. And they still played though, and I would talk to them while they were playing, and then after, and they were just kind of like, yeah, it's not as good. Wilds is a game. Konami and Capcom are in a much better place than they were at almost any point since the PS2 era. Exactly, yeah, like that's the thing. I feel like they're just like handling their IPs better. I'm just still like riding the high from Resident Evil 9 so much that I'm kind of go off king about it. The body. Give us Legends 3 and I'll forgive Capcom. Speaking Horace's language. Friend who's kind of a Capcom stan hates modern Capcom for dressing their game mechanics up like celebrities. Wait. What did he mean by this? Like it might be putting out too much gold for people to put up with, between them and Atlas. Yeah, Sega. I just feel like we're in a better spot. It's weird. It is strange because I feel like in a lot of ways, like the game industry is exploding a little bit. D2, that guy. He won. I feel like we're in a really good spot for games in a lot of ways, and then a really bad spot for games in others. Like a lot of companies that were really starting to shit the bed, kind of making a recovery with their single player narrative experiences. And And then we have like this whole other side of the coin. The live services stuff going on. That's like a constant blight. Let him cook. Get this in there. I don't know if it, maybe it just sits and then something else goes. Yeah, I think. Then I need F111. Kiwami 3 sounds like it did a number on the Yakuza brand. Wait, how so? Sonic got arguably the best kart racer out last year. It was really good. I freaking love Crossworld. Yeah, like I feel like there are all these companies who like in 2014, I would have been like, they're shitting the bed. Their end is nigh. They're gonna be out of business. I feel like we've come back from that. A lot of ways. Actually, I feel like a lot of Japanese companies in particular had like a nice recovery. I would argue it's like a lot of the companies that I'm kind of embarrassed about right now are mostly North American. C12. Can't completely articulate it offhand, but one of the big examples is the treatment of Lady Dimitrescu versus the RE4 merchant. Everyone loves the merchant because he's a shop that's well implemented, whereas Alcina was super heavily marketed and showed off for what is a big monster that chases you. That's it. Okay, I see what he's cooking. I see it. Would you say that Leon's hotness is the celebrity of RE9? Leon's completely unregulated hotness? This is Duke Erasure. I was sure you're a huge Duke. Where the fuck did his head go? Optimus. E17. I played through RE9 group play with my mostly male, mostly offline friend group. These go. Oh, I see. So I was trying to explain the Leon situation. I was like, you don't understand. You don't understand what's been going on the internet. F1. Kiwami 3 cut a lot of the side quests from the original Yakuza 3, including the one with one of the best trans representation era. Oh, interesting. One of the most beloved side quests of the franchise. Also, they're rewriting the lore to make some crazy shadow conspiracy to sell down the line. Oh, that's... I'm generally not a lore rewriter unless it's like super interesting. Unless it makes it like, oh. Unless it adds some spice that enhances the original but doesn't undercut it. I think that as movies get more Hollywood in presentation, you're gonna get characters getting shown off like they're celebs. Do you mean games get more Hollywood in presentation? You get people to be like, look at this cute shopkeeper NPC organically as much anymore. I do think like most advertising being through social media kind of invites that sort of stuff. Kiwami 3 looks significantly worse than the 2009 PS3 game. Oh no. The original had 100 plus side quests, the remake had like 40. What the heck? Modern Yakuza has had a problem with unkilling off dead characters. Well, not to brag, but I'm a Xenosaga fan, so that doesn't even register on my radar. Xenosaga, Xenoblade. I'm a Xeno fan, so unkilling off dead characters to me is a Tuesday. Xeno games are the unmitigated champion of being like, oh, you saw this guy get shot in the head? Did you? How sure are you that you saw this guy get shot in the head? Oh, you had a funeral and you burned the body? Lamau. That's crazy.
Gaming.
You saw someone get stabbed through with 10,000 knives? Don't worry about it. They're fine. This part. There should be... upside down. See the holes. Oh, it's on the front. I'm a tool. Know this. This. Whee! Oh. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Okay, hold on. I was holding it wrong. I were doing it live, so I will have to remember that when I get around to my copy. Yeah, that's the thing, is when I say, like, oh, you really think so-and-so's dead in Xeno games, it's not even a spoiler, because it happens with so many characters. And, like, some people do die for real. For sure. But then, like, there's also a bunch of people who don't. So whenever someone dies, I kind of look at the camera and I'm like, which is it gonna be? Like, the industry being the industry, I think it's one of the best possible times to love playing games. Yeah, I think, like, honestly, like, I bitch a lot about the live service stuff, and I do think that companies mismanaged, I think companies mismanaged their boom and COVID funds into the ground. Because they basically suddenly got a bunch of new players overnight, spent a lot of money because they were like, I have nothing else to do, so I may as well just like get really invested in some. And they were like, oh my god, look at all the money that we're gonna have forever. And it was like, well, as soon as this is over, you know, you're probably not gonna have that same level of excitement. And they just like, oh, we are. No, we are, don't worry about it. And then when it didn't continue, everyone acted surprised. So I think that, like, that's been really bad. And then the live service push has been really bad. But I think in a lot of other ways, it's been, like, really strong. It's definitely not the best time to make it, that's for sure. I think management is really bad right now, but I think that there's also a lot of recovery from how bad management was in like the middle 2010s. The brightest MBAs of our time were all convinced that infinite growth in the games industry was possible. Woof. Like a part in here. You guys solve this mystery. I just did this part. The front part here. The back part. It's showing this thing. It doesn't have a part number attached to it. It doesn't have a part number attached to it. It just does basically close the body around that bad boy. That part. Oh, because it's the battery. Okay, it's the battery powered part. Oh, yeah, it's just like and I do think like somehow, I don't know like why Japanese companies in particular, I feel like are having less right now. I mean, I'm like eternally salty. Oh, look, it lit up! It lit up! Bad. It lights up. Crap. Found it. Cute! Look, look, look! He's glowing! One 8 goes E11. E1. There she is. Yeah, I don't know why, like, in general it feels like Japanese companies are having, like, less misses right now, but it's like I'm still like working through my feelings over what happened to Dragon Age. It's E11. Oh, I see, I see. Got the touch. You got the power. Because, like, I actually enjoyed Veilguard as a game, but I think, like, the further we get from it, the more I'm like, that it didn't feel like a Dragon Age game to me. Whoopsie. Maple's still thinking about the 50-year-old Cullen that could have been. I can't. I'm like so... Seeing what God did for the Resident Evil girlies with Leon. Like, I'm a Resident Evil girly as well. Don't get me wrong. But, like, seeing what God did for Resident Evil with Leon, I'm like, God, I see what you do for us. I want that for me. But yeah, like, the further we get from Veilguard, the more I'm like, yeah, that was, like, a fun game, but it wasn't, like, really a Dragon Age game. because like a lot of kind of like your favorite returning characters kind of expect to run into, at least during like 1 or 2 quests, aren't there. A lot of kind of the beloved, a lot of the beloved yeah, like series mainstays, like even in like Dragon Age. So in Dragon Age 1, obviously you have Alistair, is a party member slash romanceable party member. It's like very, these bits need to be on these bits, not like lined up. Metal Gear was ahead of the curve with old Snake. Yowie. So true, actually. So yeah, so you have Alistair, who is like a party member, and he's a good boy, and it's like kind of a series fave. A lot of people like him. But some people don't. But he is like very beloved, and so he is in the first game as a party member. And then in Dragon Age 2, you don't meet him for long. Like, he's not a main player in the story. But there's, like, one story quest where he shows up, basically... And he can show up in different ways, depending on how he ended up in Dragon Age 1. But he basically shows up doing some stuff, kind of gives you a few lines, and then moves on. So it's not, like, even a big thing. It's just kind of like, oh, it's my friend. And he's still doing his stuff, and that's what's up with him. And then in Inquisition, he's a little bit more of a main player. He has a whole mission that you're on with him, that leads to different things. But he kind of, his presence, he kind of explains to you what's up with him, explains what's up with your hero Ferelden, because he's still in contact with them, alive, like that sort of stuff. Like, he gives a little bit more depth to the world than just being there for a short time. And they did that with a few characters throughout the game. And there's a little bit of that with Veilguard, like Isabella from Dragon Age 2 comes back. I'm trying to think of who comes back. Isabella from Dragon Age 2 comes back. Dorian from Inquisition comes back. And he was one of my boys, so I was really excited to see him. But I think what was different for me was, even though they come back and you get a little time with them, it didn't feel like I really got a lot of, like, it didn't feel like when Alistair came back. Or in Cullen's case, like, Cullen is kind of a side character. He's like a one mission NPC, Dragon Age 1 Origins. And then he's kind of more of a regular NPC in Dragon Age 2. Who you kind of run into more often. He's kind of part of it. It's part of what's going on. This goes... Oh, I see. It's supposed to fit into these little hobbies here. He's like a regular NPC who you can go talk to, and he gives you some side quests and that sort of stuff. And then he's an advisor and a very key player in... so he has kind of like a growing presence, whereas other characters will have like either a more like one-off presence throughout the games after Origin. But it kind of felt like in Veilguard, I think the only character that really felt like they were you know, hear from a prior game and they were really there with you in that way was Barrick. And even then, he's like injured the entire game, so like he's pretty sidelined. He's not really around. Kind of have to go out of your way to see him. And then like you meet, yeah, Isabella, Dorian. I'm trying to think if anybody else shows up from past games who's exciting to see. But I think it might just be, now that I think about it. But even then, like, Dorian kind of felt like he got thrown in for a little thing, and I didn't get enough time with him. I didn't get to, like, talk to him about what's going on with him. And Isabella was there for kind of, like, one, like, side story mission quest thing, which was cool, but, like, her life had changed so much, and I felt like I didn't get to talk to her about that. So even, like, the returning characters, I feel like I didn't get to dive in deep with them like I could with returning characters in the past game. I feel like I didn't get like the same like world updates, and I didn't get to feel like I was visiting an old friend. It was like an old friend was walking by and didn't say hi to me. It was more like what the vibe was like. So, like, you see, I got to see Dorian, and I was like, oh my fucking god, Dorian! And then, like, it's over, and I was like, wait, what the fuck? I wonder how many scripts they wrote and had to scrap. That's the thing, is it sounds like it was a lot. It sounds like they had a lot of ideas, and there was gonna be a lot of, like, returning characters, and a lot of, like, interconnectivity, and it all got scrapped. Do you think that in part of it might be a lack of a save transfer? I do think the lack of a save transfer hurt it and was part of why it was like so, it felt so disconnected. So I'm sure that's part of it. But, and I think too, I think there's always, when you have a game that has so many choices, oh my god. Do I get it to let, oh! I think when you have a game that is, there's like just so many branches, I think you're always going to run the risk of like there's too many branches and you can't keep up with them. And you just can't. Like, at this point in the game, it's true, Dragon Age was at a point where there were so many choices that players had made that there was probably some absolutely insane amount of world states that could exist. That is true. There's like just like a infinite amount of different world states. Like so-and-so is alive, but this happened. Or so-and-so is alive, but this didn't happen. And this other thing is in the play. So it's... So, like, I think that is, like, that makes it more problematic, too. Because you can't... It's, like, impossible to design a game when you have that much branching at that point and have it feel cohesive. So I totally get it. Like, that's the thing, is I understand the difficulties that they were up against, and then on top of that, they had management meddling and live service bullshit getting shoveled in on top of it that they were trying to deal with. So it's like, to me, it's completely understandable, like, how the game wound up where it was and why it felt the way it did. Let's see, F1, 1, and F2. F1, 1. Like, I get it, but I'm still like, I'm gonna just like a couple more returning characters, and in some cases, like, I'm sure that they didn't because they were like, oh, like this character's probably dead for a bunch of people. They were like, it feels weird to have the character come back when that character might be dead for like half of all players. I get it. I get it. I'm not trying to say I could do it. I'd just win. But like it felt like there could have been, I don't know, something. Especially for your past romance options. Especially because spoilers, like earmuffs. Earmuffs for like 30 seconds if you're a Dragon Age boy. But and you don't want spoilers, but like your fucking Inquisitor comes back for a mission. And so I was kind of like, oh my god, my Inquisitor's back. Like, that's my girl right there. And I was super jazzed to see her back. But then I was like trying to pick up, some of, what's going on with you, girl? Like, I know where I left off with you. I know who you romanced. Like, I want to know what's going on with my beloved character. And she didn't really give me that much. And then instead of like getting to see her with her romance from the past game, like we just like find a letter from him. And we can read the letter. But it's just like, I think it's those sorts of things where it's like, oh, like, just, I think like the timing too, like it was so long between Inquisition and Veilguard that people are going to be extremely thirsty. And I feel like it was never going to match up to like the thirst level that people had because it had taken so long to get there. Like, I get it. I'm not unreasonable. It was never going to be like, it was never going to be 10 years of waiting. We weren't going to get everything that we want after having to wait 10 years. The idea that it started as a regular RPG, swapped to a live service game, and then was kicked back to being a regular RPG is bonkers to me. Yeah, like that's the thing, is it went through some shit. It went through a lot, and so I get it. I get why it felt like a mess, but I'm still kind of disappointed. After Maple completes this model, next step to give her a perfect grade that involves soldering and electricity. Oh god. Choices matters, kind of a fool's gold beyond a single game. Yeah, I think it's dangerous. I think that I think it's dangerous. I think you can paint yourself into a corner really easily, and I think that's kind of what happened. Only like 10 of the decisions in World State for Inquisition even mattered for the world. See, that's the thing, is I feel like they could have just kind of declared in a few cases, like, this is canon now. And reduced the amount of decisions that carried over, and still, like, maybe, go for some of the ones that are not that are not as, what's the word? Like, people tend to all go for the same one. Like, there's some of those. Bye. Like, that there's like certain choices that nobody neutralized the fucking circle in Dragon Age Origins. Like, there's certain choices that are going to be pretty universal. So I feel like you could have just made and they do, like, that's the thing, is they do make certain things canon. What the, oh, I see. It's in, it's like a little app situation. They did make certain things canon within the BioWare world. Within, like, yeah, within BioWare's canon, and they said as much. They were like, this is considered canon in the BioWare canon. Not necessarily your game's canon, but it's canon for us. So, like, Alistair being king. Or you have a Mass Effect Rex situation where he stops existing because he could have died in one. Yeah. I canonize only Maple decisions. Yeah, I'm the special boy. I'm the one who deserves to have my universe written into canon. Yeah, like, trying to think. Yeah, one of my work kids just played Mass Effect for the first time recently at my distance. Like, it's quite good. You should try it, and went all in on it. And he was like, I was so fucking mad that they killed Rex. What the fuck? And I was like, bro, you can save him. Like, did you not look into this at all? It's an RPG. Decisions. He was like, wait, what? And he was completely flabbergasted that he could have saved him. He was so pissed off that he didn't. I was just like, I forget often that, like, when you're like a gamer, sometimes you approach stuff differently than someone who's more, like, casual about it. You're a min-maxer like me. Use the Elder Scrolls Dragon Break where everything happens simultaneously. The timeline tries to synthesize it. The issue with BioWare is they never had a story Bible for their series. They relied on design documents. Yeah. Yeah, they just roll with it instead of planning things out. They should have hired me to be, like, the keeper of the lore, because boy, do I have it. Boy, do I have it. Yeah, I think they needed a lore keeper badly. Very badly. Because there's a few places, too, where it could get confusing because you could kind of tell that they were winging it. But I think that the novels actually did a really good job of tying certain, like, disparate elements together. So I felt like there was stuff that was recoverable. And, like, that's one thing is with the whole BioWare canon versus their canon, is, like, in BioWare's canon, they made Alistair king. And so even though I've never made Alistair king because I always romance him. See? I always romance. And so I'm always an elf because I'm an elf IRL. And so I was like, well, we can't, get married. King. Not gonna be king, lol. So I've never made him I need a drink. I've never made him king once. And actually get a drink with the way my voice is sounding. But I've never made him king once. And in the novels, it's just canon that he's king. Because in BioWare's canon, he is king. And so, like, that's the thing, is their canon different than my canon? Yes. Did I read and enjoy all of the novels? Also yes. Even though our canon is different, I was still like, yeah, I get it, and I rolled with it, and it's still fun. So I feel like they could have made some swings instead of trying, because that's the other thing I think that made it feel kind of wonky. is there was a lot of places where it felt very deliberately like they were trying to avoid talking about certain things because they didn't want to step on anyone's toes. And so there were some times where I was like, I want to know what's going on with such and such. What do you see with your elf eyes? You could even do the whole Liliana thing where she's around, but if she died, you get a lore note that it was a spirit posing as her. Yeah, see, like, there's, like, cool, creative ways around it. I think I see a theoretically. Oh, it's because I have it upside down. Lol. There we go. Yeah, like, there's creative ways to get around some of those problems. Even then, like, I feel like in some cases just committing, like they did in the novels, where they were like, we're just gonna fucking make Alistair gay, because to, you know, have some consistency. Or to write these novels, have them be good. I feel like just committing would have been better, because yeah, in a lot of cases it was odd. Or like, they were like, yeah, it's crazy, like, there's this thing happening over here, and it could be this, but it could be that, and it was like, just fucking tell me what it is. Like, I know that you're trying to avoid. You're trying to avoid stepping on my canon, but I would rather you step on my canon and give me, like, better details and make it feel more fleshed out, than desperately trying to avoid stepping on my stuff, because being wishy-washy isn't giving me what I want. It's just, I'm like, give me something, instead of being, it felt like it was withholding to try and avoid it, like, pissing people off over the canon, but then they, instead of, like, pissing people off over the canon, they piss people off because people didn't get any juice. I haven't tried Greedfall 2, but I have a feeling that's what they do, since they have 7 endings plus all sorts of other. I've actually always been interested in Greedfall, because I've heard that I would really like it. Where are you? The next Dragon Age will be set in another universe to avoid dealing with all the choices and fallout of the last games. Well, that's the crazy thing, is if you find in the game, if you find all of the collectibles that have to do with a certain group, then they give you a secret ending that kind of hints at where the series is going to go. And it's very cool, because it was, like, tied to a theory that I'd kind of called out before. So, once again, as usual, I'm right when it comes to lore matters. So I was excited about that, but then I'm also just like, again, if you're going to go that route, set up the next game to be something like really crazy that ties into a bunch of past lore, I think it's worth locking some of that lore in, and I don't think any reasonable person would be mad. That, like, you know, oh well, I had this, like, that's the thing, is there's a whole side quest in Dragon Age Inquisition where you basically determine leadership of Orlais, like who the next emperor / empress is gonna be. Political intrigue. I don't know that they mentioned the leadership of Orlais at all. Veilguard, because I think they were trying to avoid that, and I was like, what the hell? Like, I worked so hard to determine who the next leader would be, and we don't even get to talk about who they are or what's going on with Orlais? A2. Because like, even if are ya? A28, A28 and A29 are in here. What the? Here we go. I found him. Eesh. I was like, what the fuck? Force us up is a pretty clean break. That it's somewhere far away. Well, yeah, that's the thing, is the way that they set up ending of Veilguard. It's going to be really interesting, but it's also going to tie into a lot of past decisions, so I'm kind of like, I have no idea how you're going to... If you were so scared of committing to any lore in Veilguard, because you didn't want to step on people's canon, like, this is not going to help. You guys mind spoilers? Do you mind secret Veilguard ending spoilers? Gonna ruin anyone's day. Go for it. Yeah, so, like, basically, a lot of shit has happened, and I'm of two minds about it, but a lot of shit has happened in the world of Dragon Age. But there's always been kind of some core mystery in the world. It's Tootsie! There's always been some core mysteries to the world, which includes, like, what's beyond the sea. Because nobody has ever gone to beyond the sea and come back with their brain intact. I think most people vanish when they try to go beyond the sea, but I think, like, one dude came back one time and he was just crazy. And so there's always been kind of this interesting, like, what the fuck is going on outside of Thetis. Because we know what's going on with Jade. We know what's going on in Thetis. You know, there's, like, wars wars and mage and Templar meddling, and there's this whole thing with like the Veil and Solus bringing it down, and that affected the entire world. But then like we basically know everything about like Ferelden, Orlais, Winter, Neanderthals, like that map. But there's oceans around all of that, and based on geography, Thetis is in the southern hemisphere of a planet, because Tevinter, which is up north, is kind of a desert, and then like Ferelden and the Frostbacks, which are further south, are kind of snowy. And so you're only seeing the southern hemisphere of this world, and there's a bunch of oceans surrounding it that we've never seen. And we don't know what the entire planet. And so that's been kind of like hotly discussed. Like what does the world look like outside of it? And they have been hinting, like, you know, they'll try to go, they go crazy. But then in Inquisition, in Inquisition, they start introducing messages from a group called Those Beyond the Sea. They're also called the Executors. And they kind of imply like we have hands in some things, but we'll let you cook. Like they have agents and are operating. Yeah. And it's really interesting because it's like, oh, like there are people from beyond the sea who are involved in some stuff, but like how far does it go, and what do they look like, and who are they? So it is cool. And I know that there will definitely be some people who hate this. But basically the pieces that you can find some of their markings. They have a very distinct marking that's like a triangle with some wave. And if you find all of their markings in Veilguard, you unlock a secret ending, which shows some of the biggest happenings in Thetis. Shows like it shows Morrigan's, not Morrigan, her mom. It shows Flemeth's like whole gambit throughout the games, and like bringing kind of like the old world and some of the old knowledge into the current place. It shows Meredith from the second game, who went crazy and tried to murder all of the mages. That's what ultimately caused like the Mage Rebellion, which big worldwide event. It shows Meredith. It shows a bunch of the stuff that happens in Inquisition, a bunch of like the big plot points in Inquisition. It shows them, and then it shows that all of those images kind of like around this kind of a spiral that's in the Executor symbol, and it basically has somebody saying, you know, we've waited, we've plotted, everything has gone like according to our will, and we've orchestrated everything perfectly, and now is the time for all of our planning to come to fruition and do the big thing. Yeah, all according to Keikaku, basically. So it implies that all of like the biggest moments in history through the Dragon Age games have been orchestrated by this group from beyond the sea, which probably can seem like, I don't know, a Deus Ex Machina, but I think that there's enough like interesting things that kind of set up the idea that like something fucked up is going on in the world and things have been orchestrated. Like I think there was enough setup there because I'd theorized that. That's in my my giant that's in my giant PowerPoint. I talk about the executors. So it wasn't like a total left field thing. It is set up, and so I was kind of like, oh, okay, like that's pretty cool. But that's the thing, is a lot of these big things that have happened throughout Dragon Age history can vary a little game to game. And so if you're going to do a game that's entirely set up upon the notion of this secret group from across the ocean orchestrated all of it, you have to know what they orchestrated, you know? I think string pulling plot twists can work if they've laid the runway. Yeah, and I personally, like, I know some people didn't like it, but I personally felt like they laid the runway, so I wasn't mad about it. I was like, oh yeah, the executors. Like, I've been talking about them for a while. I had theories about them for a while, so I didn't feel like it was an ass pull. But yeah, if the entire next arc is going to be we laid all of these well orchestrated plans, we set all of these things into motion, like, you need to be, I think, aligned on what the things that were set into motion are. And so that's probably my biggest concern, is they were so like not wanting to talk about certain plot points. Oh, I remember. They were so not wanting to talk about certain plot points in order to avoid messing with other people's canon. But then, like, the entire, future of the franchise is basically a group saying, we've laid the canon of this world. And so I'm kind of like, alright, you guys really need to lock in and decide what that canon is, because if you go to the next game and the entire idea is like, we've orchestrated everything in the world, but you don't want to say what those things are, then like, that's what's gonna really fuck it up. Like, that's gonna... Oh, thank you for gifting a sub to TNT. Mama Maple doing fly motions. Yeah, I'm putting together Optimus Prime. But Prime, you can't die. And so that's there. So I think that's like my biggest, like, for the future of Dragon Age, is like, because I think the success of the storytelling in the next game hinges so strongly on being willing to commit. Oh, F16. Yes. Okay. Yeah, the success of the next game hinges so much on being willing to commit to certain plot points in the game that I'm just like worried that they're not willing to do that based on how they acted in Veilguard. And I think Veilguard was their opportunity, especially given that they no longer had save transfers. I think Veilguard was their opportunity to basically lock something into canon. Yeah, give the pen to me! I think Veilguard was their opportunity to lock something into canon. Hey guys, like, you know, for the future of the series, like, this is canon now, sorry. But, like, going into a game without any save file transfers and then still avoiding all of the contentious plot points when you're talking about it in the game, makes me like, okay, are you just gonna, for some reason, lock in on all of this lore in the next game, even though you avoided it this game? Like, it just feels weird. Yeah. Anyway, let me write it. Anyway. If y'all had any sense, I'd be writing this game already. I have ideas. So we bring back Cullen, but he's 50 years old. He's 50 years old. He has like the most perfect neck wrinkles. Gotta be so interested in what I have to say about the next Dragon Age game. BioWare, are you listening? That's right. I think I put on his kneecap upside down. Sorry, Optimus. Gotta fix your kneecap. Reverse jointed. Simply need to monetize canon. Imagine being able to buy a Dragon Age blind box, submit a code to vote on canonizing a plot point. I would break myself. If you could gamble in order to determine the Dragon Age canon, my accountant would be calling the police. I would be sending messages that would be to my accountant that would be like there we go. I would be sending messages that would be considered concerning. You know, people would find the worst timeline and get a group to rig it. Ugh. Falling into a foxy group. That's the thing! I have a vision. BioWare, I have a vision. Next game. Get Cullen. 50 years old. Still just as competent. Still just as cool and strong. And then we get like another Corypheus type character. The other mages. Ancient mages who survived. And he chokes Cullen out in one cutscene. I just sold you like 20 million copies. All of them bought by women. Listen, BioWare. I'm just saying, if your EA overlords are so concerned about money, I'm currently making you the money printing machine. We call it Dragon Age Requiem. Cullen is married to my Inquisitor, specifically mine, Maple to the BioWare devs. Yeah, but it's real and true. Not married to any other Inquisitors. Because mine is his true love. Not interested in any of them. Yes. Let's see. Right, now I think it's time. Put all the bits together. Look, Dragon Age is good, but ain't got nothing on my go. Bubsy 4D by Atari. I should buy the new Bubsy. I think that can cure my feelings about Dragon Age. Because some people go to bars, make bad decisions. By Bubsy. Woo! Part of his arm took a tumble. Yee! God. Look, his fucking eyes glow too! Let me turn off the camera light so you can see them. Look! His eyes glow! So cool! He's so sick! And then here's his axe. I don't know if the axe glows. Testinize. He's so sick. You need to, like, I think, tap him to make the glow come on. It's so cool. Swap out his so cool. Because that's the thing, is like, I still love Dragon Age. I will follow Dragon Age anywhere. But there is, like, I don't know. I think there's like a frustration almost in me from how I could see. I could kind of see where they were going. With certain parts. And like they didn't. It felt like Veilguard kind of like gave up on a lot, which it probably did because, you know, they had to change direction. But like I totally get it. I think I'm just a sad boy. Sad boy who's gonna if they ever make more. I feel like I could see like what it could be. There was no one in the CEOC in the EA C-suite who has my vision. No one who has the visionary status. Putting him on it. his or nemesis. Of course. Oh my god, it's 5:30. That took me 2.5 hours. I read online that it took like an hour. I'm just so slow. Thoughts on your first build? It was really... I have him posing with... He's so cool! He's doing it to him. Had to do it. As an alt face. You have a little peep box that I use all of my extra. He's so cool. X. God. You got the touch. He's so cool. I love his glow. Do the completed models also transform? No, I do not believe so. One must glow too. Chest and eyes have lights that can glow. Oh, he looks so cool. There's like this big ass cannon on his arm. I want to watch the Oscars tonight, but I want to build Megatron. Do you guys think I can? Maybe not. I probably can't finish him before the Oscars. Speed run build. So remember the other night with Pocopia? I believe in you. Just kind of jam parts wherever. I'm sure Megatron won't mind.
Gaming.
Thank you for following VTuber's official. Do you guys remember when we were playing Pocopia? And I was showing like how much I hyperfixated and how I built so much stuff, and then I think Lamp, you were like, I'm a little worried about you playing Fallout 4 now. So you hyperfixate, couldn't be me. But one of my kids at work, the one who started Fallout 4, and when I was like, oh, did you consider playing New Vegas? And he was like, that one's old. I was like, I know. So he started playing Fallout 4. I'm trying to think of like the most gentle way to phrase it. But like, this kid in particular, if a train, so my office is located near functioning working train tracks, and it's like older trains, ones that are like hauling lumber. If we're in a meeting when the train comes, we have to stop it if he's in the meeting, because he will, no matter what's happening and how serious it is, he will get up and go just like stare out the window at the train. And like get really excited about what type of train it is, and he gets like really mad if it's not one of the lumber ones. So he has like some of the same brain. And so it was like hilarious timing right after we were talking about that, where you're like, I'm worried about you playing Fallout 4 if you hyperfixate the building. He texted me like right after that and said, you didn't tell me Fallout was a building game. And I said, bro, I didn't know either. I literally just found out tonight. And he said, I'm a couple days into it. I accidentally discovered building and now spent an entire day breaking down old houses and cars to build a village with a farm and electrical circuitry. I completely forgot there's an actual story to play. I was like, oh god, don't tell me this. Knowing what's in my future. Knowing that's gonna be me. You're fucked, boss. Just like, I forgot to play the story because I built an entire town with electrical circuitry is the most me-coded gameplay stuff I've ever heard. I'm so scared. He's so cool! Can't wait to play. So cute! This is to the bit. The stage. See, now I'm like, now I know what the pieces are. Now I'm like, okay, that's that. Crash in one. Bro had one crash out, destroyed society in one day. Yeah, but was he right? See, most of what I got from Transformers 1 was Megatron right? Does he have a point? I'm the same regarding going back in Pocopia, making real houses, fixing. Yeah, so I did I beat Pocopia. I got credits. So I quote unquote beat Pocopia. Got credits. Then leads to some ways to build easier. Boy, has that fucked my whole life. So, yeah, I'm currently doing a lot of big builds in it. Never gonna be free. Odd thing. Even Alpha Tron was like, word. Yeah, like, that was the thing, is I was like, I know that he's technically... No, technically. Supposed to disagree with him. But how can I when he's spitting such facts? A tool brute? One Piece? Like he only has one. See? I was like, you cannot blame me. You're the one who chose to start Fallout 4. I said play New Vegas. Because I was raised by my chat to be cultured. I didn't say that. I would never say that. Never out myself in such a way. So... this? Oh, it's to make his eyes red. This? Sure? Wait a minute. I'm doing it wrong. Ah. Woo! Yeah. On camera. On camera. Raised by us, aren't you the leader here? What on earth gave you the idea that I'm the leader here? I feel like I am nothing if not a moose of the people. Always at the mercy. I'm at everyone's mercy. me with my equilibrium destabilized. Fallout 4 is really fun, but it won't hit like 3 in New Vegas. It's just a newer, better mechanic. That's kind of what I'm expecting, though. I'm kind of expecting, like, better gameplay, not as much story juice. So I think, like, going in expecting that, I think will give me a leg up, because I won't be me. There's B1. 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 15. Your name on the channel and the mod powers. Yeah, but like, I got dethroned. There was a coup like day 2. I've never been able to take my power back. Now I'm just here as your beloved court jester to dance for my supper. I have the perfect image for this conversation. Oh, I see. I think like knowing what I'm expecting from Fallout 4 will make me not like crash out about it if it's not as good as 3 in New Vegas. I see.
I love moose.
This piece. You can't. Act correctly. Betterface, thank you for the Jester's privilege goes fucking crazy though. Call me the Jonkler. Act correctly. Oh, they have like a... It's not it. Oh, it's like make sure. Fix. Did tell him and thing about Fallout 4 or anything I should know before playing it. I was like, thing I do know that you can go to Somerville. So presumably you can blow up Somerville, and he was like, say less. Crazy like Bostonian rhetoric around here. This part. Part that goes through and attaches into it. There we go. Yeah, see? The part goes into. There we go. Oops. Looks like triangular. Find it hard to say Fallout 4 is good writing, but that'd get into spoilers. Oh. Ugh. Back. Probably understand most of the map naturally. There's some lore that affects terrain, but you'll burn that bridge when you get to it. I feel like telling people from the New England area that Fallout 4 takes place in Boston is a pretty like, alright, I'm in. Alright. Have that. E1. Where'd you go, D? Never hydrated, but I'll do that after. And 3. Then I actually started 76. Real quick, hold on. While this here, I'm gonna grab a drink. mentioned Fallout 76 and sent me into oblivion. No. No, I started 76. I was getting a cold one to crack open. I started Fallout 76. And I actually thought the gameplay was pretty interesting. The gameplay was pretty interesting. I was approached by some rando. While I was starting out that first area where there's like kind of that garage looking thing way to like the bar. And this dude wouldn't stop, like, dropping shit in front of me and shooting my feet 100 times, and I was trying to, like, investigate and look for things and read lore. And he just, like, would not stop shooting at my feet. And I know he was probably trying to be helpful, but I was also, like, as somebody who is here because I think the lore is really interesting, seems like I'm just going to be getting harassed by people the whole time, like real people, and I can't shut off the ability to have real people find me. I don't know if this game is for me. And I uninstalled. If I could play offline, I would probably still be playing. The fact that they were like, nah, you have to be online. You have to allow yourself to be shot at by randos all day. I was like, this is not a game for me. E1, are you? Yeah, so I uninstalled. Like, theoretically, I was into the like, scenery, the lore stuff was kind of interesting. It's just literally, sometimes I don't feel like being online when I'm playing. Now, that piece in, and then this. Arm. Is it a connecting to servers kind of game? Yeah, it was like, when I left the vault, it was like connecting to the world. What world? I don't want to connect to a world, so I immediately started looking for ways to shut it off. And when I couldn't find a way to shut it off, I Googled. Google was like, no, it's always online, and I was like, what the hell? 7 and I think that you can, like, go to different instances because you can party up with people online too. You can join, like, raiding parties or whatever it's called. They had some name for it. There was no way to get offline entirely. 16. You already make Orion? Wait, check this out. You got the... You got the touch! Look how cool he looks! The light up is so cool. Cinema. I have his base plate set up too. I just still and this part very much like the bone's connected to the leg bone. This is giving me the confidence to try out Rex, though. Because I've been very intimidated by Rex. I was like, oh, I don't know if I have the skill to build it. And I definitely don't, but this is giving me the like, oh, this is fun and kind of strangely soothing. Is this push fit for everything? Does that mean do you just push things together and you don't have to use tools? Because if so, yes. I'm baby when it comes to model stuff, so I do not know the terminology. Oh, I do need it. And Maple learn the joys of sprue glue. What is sprue glue? Sounds like a Dragon Quest enemy. $13. Take plastic cement, you yeet pieces of plastic in. Put piece of plastic runners or sprue bottle of thin plastic cement. Dissolves the plastic so it's a mix of solvent and plastic. It will harden if left out. Fill gaps are joined to. Interesting. 1-5. So one thing, so I went to I went to Art Shop this week. And they have a bunch of Warhammer stuff there. It's like a big Warhammer shop. Seems like they have a pretty big Warhammer community. Because people are always playing there. But there was actually like an older lady, probably her mid to late 60s, and she was there with just this giant, like, I would call it a tub. She was there with like a giant tub of models that she painted. Like, they were organized, but it was like, I'm trying to think of how to, it was just like this big like plastic bucket, bunch of compartments in it. She had, it was like a case, but I wouldn't even call it a case because it was so tall. It was so tall that it looked more like a bucket visually. She just had, yeah, just a gigantic collection of Warhammer minis. I heard her talking to somebody about how she painted them. I was like, holy. $5 years. So I was there to play cards. Asa, hi! I was there to play cards. Talking to somebody. Game. Yeah, the Warhammer Hag. Any idea what army it was? I don't. I wish I did. Yeah, I've always wanted to try painting too. I just don't know if I'd be good at it. I feel like I'm too shaky. I feel like I'm too shaky, and sometimes I get impatient. Elf ghosts, hello? Hello? But, yeah, after I saw that and I thought it was so cool, I was, like, talking to folks I was playing cards with. I was like, do you think they have Daddy Nurgle here? And they were like, what the fuck are you talking about? And I was like, I don't know, man. Like, I literally just started learning about Warhammer. That's the only thing I know so far. Don't ask me any more questions. I'll think they got Daddy Nurgle here. That's when I sent the picture of, what was it, Night Goblins in the Discord, and I sent it with Night Goblin D's nuts, and I thought I was like the funniest person. I was like, crushed it. Once again, I'm the pinnacle of comedy. Papa Nurgle? Daddy Nurgle is something else. Anyone show Maple the great clean one? No. I think so. Still mad over a friend hitting me with the mind goblins. Classic, to be sure. E1 8. Sylvaneth is the tree elf faction. Yeah, so like, what are these Warhammer elves? Are they Warhammer 40k or are they Warhammer Fantasy? An 8. $40k has elves too. Sigmar. These go around battery pack. I feel like I'm already going way faster on this one. Here. It. Oh, it's good. Ah! I've got the touch. This. Eldar lore fan is asking for suffering, so I wouldn't recommend that. Murder elf clowns? What? You want to try out mini painting but are intimidated? You could go buy a single bean. I've seen those. I've seen those in the store a lot. That's snapped in. Work this time? Yes, that worked. Oops, but he needs his gem. He needs his gem in his chest. Ah! This is E2. And oh, perfect. Perfect. High up or something. All fits together. like, let me turn the light. They're clowns, they strive to be masters of all theater. Like, see how yeah, see how like the bottom, only the top half is getting the light? Half isn't? That feels wrong. I mean, Quinn sent me like college thief level breakdown on like how to sort of decide. Army, are you interested? Do a game's worth. Takes to get people. Have one around. I feel like it's very clearly like this is how it fits, but the light feels like high. Texas for dumps. Like a little off, like technically how it's supposed to be. Feels like that's just it. I'm being too personal. If I have any game. Introductory. Kind of. Be shocked. I'm gonna be shocked. Out on St. John's. Crossing the border to go to a shop store. Enter your town, city, or mortal realm is peak. That's on their website. Oh. Oh, they have like partners. I don't know if the... Yeah, there's independent retailers and then there's official Warhammer store. I see. Have the intro magazine. Oh. There is one in Portland, actually. Official Warhammer store. Okay. I drove to Portland. I drove to Portland to get the Hololive promo stuff from the round one there. So I already know the drive, and it wasn't that like parking in Portland kind of sucks sometimes, but it honestly wasn't as bad as Boston. And I do have to go to Portland sometimes for work stuff. Maybe I can check it out the next time I'm there for work related matters. Kill Team's probably the best 40k format to start with since it's on the weapon now. You1. I'm really glad that I got my nail. Because just like the way that I've had to like fiddle at certain things, I can tell it's not like damaging my manicure, but I can tell like from the very tip that it's like taking a little bit of beating. If it was my nails, I would have been effed. Hopefully Portland is big enough that the Warhammer store has more than one enthusiastic but rundown employee. Yeah, Portland, like, I was shocked that Portland had a round one. When I heard that Hololive had the round one collab, I was like, well, I gotta go. Like, they don't have my dog wife, but they have my other girls, so I really like. I want their stuff, and it would just be cool because we don't really get anything. We don't really get stuff up here usually. We don't get collabs like that. It's always like Southern California, or whatever. It's always LA, San Francisco. So I was just excited to get anything for it because I want them to bring more stuff and to know that we exist. I drove all the way out there. It was actually after work, on-site work day, so I was pretty tired, but I was like, I gotta do it. I gotta go support the cause. Support the cause of having more of my waifus. Honestly, like, I hung out there for a while just because there were a lot of games that it was pretty fun. I don't usually like going a freak, a genetic freak. I'm not normal. This one's like backwards. It was pretty cool. So, I mean, I know I have something. I forget which week it is. I have something in April, maybe, where I have to go to Portland. Stuff. Perchance, I'll swing by the store. Oh, Maple might actually like the Gnome Blood Bowl team. Isn't Blood Bowl the like the American football? This. Run. It's a sacred game given to us by the great god Nuffle, completely different. And E1. You see exactly where in Portland. Took like I have to go there for work anyway. This month. Happily. I'm gonna show up and I'm gonna say Daddy Nurgle and I'm gonna get the cops called on me. I actually think it's like right near the round one. Convenient for me. Typed in round one in app and it went and looked at the one in Southern California. Portland. My god, it's literally in the exact same. It's literally in the exact same plaza. I don't know how I didn't see it when I was there at visiting round one, but it's literally in the exact same plaza. So I can go to round one in Games Workshop in one fell swoop. Nurgle is like the old man who's a little out of touch and says outdated terms and also coughs on you. He's not like Slaanesh who will get the cops called on you. The gnome team has a bunch of woodland animals like a goose and a badger and 2 foxes. I'm listening. I can't believe it was probably I probably like walked by it heading into the round one and I just didn't notice. I was too focused on my mission. I was too focused on my Hololive mission. Too locked in. One port 1 be 1 port. Huh? This? What? This goes over this. Goes there. 8. Yips. Yips. Really read, guys. Descriptions. Yeah, he sent me a Word docky. Send me a Word docky. Little docky. Nurgle the Plague Father. His whole thing is disease and rot. His factions have a lot of, like, body horror. Tempts people through the idea of giving into the suffering of life and finding peace and happiness in it. Someone who wants to give up on life because it's too cruel or hard might fall to him. Nurgle is called Grandfather by his followers and is the nicest of the Chaos Gods for how nice ancient space is. Corn. So the way that Corn was described to me by my coworker who's also into Warhammer was that he's the god that dictates. Corn is the chaos god of war, blood, and violence. His followers almost only think of battle and are driven mad by it. He has the most straightforward followers, people who fell to the temptation of bloodlust and just want. Followers have very, very famous slogan: blood for the blood god, skulls for the skull. Zinch. This little fucker is kind of confusing. Chaos god of knowledge and trickery. Followers are some of the strongest psychers, parentheses, there are, and most of them fall to the temptation. Zinch is essentially the Loki of this world, where he just fucks with people. Peace about him, because unfortunately GameStop just doesn't have a lot about him. What they do have, I just don't find all that interesting. Sounds cool, I'd recommend. Finally is Slaanesh. Slaanesh is kind of in a reworking period. Originally just the god of lust. However, that's kind of hard to market, I guess. So now he is the god of excess, which in the new lore means wanting more and more of anything. Sex, drugs, knowledge, and to enjoy the feeling of happiness and all the Slaanesh. Fractionist who can't be satisfied until you're working. I like some of the descriptions. Zinch is the chaos god that plays Yu-Gi-Oh! Oh, the mic's cutting out a bit. Sorry, I was like gamer hunching over my phone. As far as elves go, the Eldari, which is a race of space elves who used to rule everything until they kind of orgied Slaanesh into existence and destroyed everything. They're still around, just a smaller faction. While they have a lot of really cool factions and lore parts, there's sadly not a lot about them. They're, I don't know. I know next to nothing game. The Tau are the newest alien race, and I know nothing, almost nothing about them except for if you say you like them best, most people will not respect you. They are weebs. Wait, Tau? Ew. How are the Weeb Covenant? Wait, why are they the Weeb? Like, what's the basis for this? I'm so curious. One, and then C1, 2, and C1. This goes here. How really interesting. Finally have a good book again. Yeah. A2. There she is. Light actually. I liked I liked some of the like horror theme stuff I've heard and read. I mean, a lot of it is very like horror based, or at least has horror vibes. 6. a lot of like very horror-esque stuff. I feel like the stuff that like really like gets in there for spooky, I get especially into. He has some stuff that you actually add after he. This it actually covers up the light part that I was worried about. There are decent horror novels, or there's horror novels too, which are pretty decent. Which, so I have some of the books. We're back. Lay on the heating pad after this. So I have some of the audiobooks. I'm like, what series you would call it, but I have like probably have like Horus. I have Horus Rising. But I haven't listened to it yet. Like, what would you say are the horror novels? What are their names? It keeps messing me up kind of backwards. Gotta sift through a lot of Jonica Space Marina Space Marined up and down. And freeze. Here, that's what's missing. Here the whole time. Thing. Oops. That clicks together. Ooh. Return. Fine. That went fast. Hold on. Just. Jesus Christ. I just lost like 10 years off my life. Peter Fehevari. He's funny because he's so biased towards his favorite factions. See, I love stuff like that, though. Just like, you know, love what you love, and put your finger on the scale in its favor. 7. Okay, that's it. I was so scared. No, I was stepping back. I was stepping back away from my monitor. And I was like trying to step over my table, my little table here, to get back into building position, and I like had my foot like 1 inch away from the camera when I realized that I was going to be stepping straight through it, and I threw myself backwards. An elf supremacist like Maple. I just like elves. I don't even have a good reason other than that I too like many elves in media. I too am like a forest creature who is very into my own shit. And I judge those not from my realm. Like when my friends come to visit me, they're all like, And they're all like, why is it so hard to drive in the snow? I look at them like all of the worst elves I've ever seen in media. I like kind of grimace at them. Like, clearly your people got in the old ways. You like hot people who live in the woods and hate trespassers? I mean, yeah. Doesn't everybody? This. I think that's very relatable. This part. And we need his tootsies. One. We have horrible elves for you. Nine and 8. Go for it. Walk away with it? Oh, here. Put on there. Rotted Pete. I'm surprised you haven't immediately jumped on the Necrons, a faction consisting entirely of baby girls and mindless / soulless automatons. Okay, well, it wasn't sold to me. It wasn't marketed to me with the baby girl angle. So you had my attention, but now you had my curiosity, but now you have my attention. Oopsie. Nine and 8. In Boone is old man, or their main book is Old Man Yowie. Uh-oh. The Infinite and the Divine, the book about the universe's most divorced couple. See, I had to do like an entire new baby girl explanation for my friends about Resident Evil 9. Because I was like, see, everybody fucking loves baby girls, they just don't necessarily know it by that term. And they were like, well, like, I don't know what a baby girl is. Like, you're looking at one. First of all. On Leon Sabroso Kennedy. Second of all, like, yeah, he's not actually a baby girl till RE4. Because in RE2, he's a himbo. Important distinction. Then he kind of like goes through it in RE4, and he's seen after Raccoon City there. So he gets like some more trauma. Important ingredient in the baby girl soup. A3. One. That's the thing, is I am a baby girl scholar. So if somebody says, hey, this thing's got baby girls in it, I will generally drop whatever I'm doing and engage. Because I need to stay like any good academic. Sure that my research is up to date. You're telling me the Necrons are baby girl coded. Listening? I will look into it. Purely for academic curiosity, of course. That part already. Sure. And peer-reviewed study, yeah. It's a I still need presentation to Tenchi and A. They can learn. So that they can be educated on some of the most important thought leadership of our modern times. You bring up Maple's admech coded. What's that? And we put on the footsie. Now, assemble him, but then he has additional parts that go on after he's assembled. Leggies on. Save his head for last. Like it's all coming together. Whoopsie. Whoopsie. Prime, you can't die. Last piece of head. Admeg is the Catholic Church IT department gone wrong. Adeptus Mechanicus are the tech guys of the Imperium. They're all about removing all the useless fleshy bits and replacing them with cool robot parts. I've actually seen memes. I've seen memes making fun of cyberpunk, where it's like the virgin cyber psycho. If I get one more chip implanted, I'll go in. Versus the Chad tech priest, and it's like a 20-part dreadnought railgun directly into my brainstem. Yeah, plug my brain directly into the tidal autocannon. Yeah. I've seen those memes before. I do love being chromed up. From the moment I understood the weakness of my flesh, it disgusted me. Yeah, wait, I think I sent one of the actually. Art. Is it just an extra in case you lose it or hits or something? I'm not seeing. You have a bowl? I'm about to go get one. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Posed on the box. Now make him an Optimus kiss. Peak. It's what the people need. Kiss a homie moment. Look how cool they are. Does this count as old man Yowie? Well, they're still young in Transformers 1. This is what all Transformers fans do with their toys. It looks so cool. Yeah, thank you again, Hawkins, for the kits. I'm gonna set them up on there. They're cool. Went faster this time? Yeah, I'm learning from my mistakes. I'm learning, I'm growing, I'm improving, I'm adapting. You're so cool. You're so cool. And then you can pop off Optimus, wake up! There we go. You got the touch. They're so cool. So cool. Glowy red eyes. This whips so hard. Megatron with the Optimusy. Let's see. Got the touch. Who got the power? Kind of hard to like make their There we go. Well, I'll take pictures. Take pictures of like final post. They have like setting these up for the photo shoots on the box. Professional model posers. I'll take pictures of final poses. Here it is. Cardboard boxes. I'm gonna display. Look up some good. Wait, I'm late. But it was worth it. It was worth it because they're so cool. Guys for coming. Buildings though, I have to physically walk over and can't talk into the mic at the same time. But yeah, thank you guys for coming. Next week I have a couple ideas for it too, but I think I'm probably gonna but we shall see. Guys, that, and I hope you have a good night, or morning, or afternoon, whatever it is, wherever you are. Thank you for the fun stream. Thank you for coming! And I'll see you guys next week. Oh, Tsu! I'm running away from my Oh, Tsu!